All right. Yeah. So as I was saying a while ago, let us do a brief review of what we have discussed last Friday. Okay, so basically in the clauses of the international standard, okay, we have completed clause number 4, which is the context of the organization. Um, in this clause, there are sub clauses. Okay, so we have understanding the organization in its context. This is where we determine, identify the internal and external issues of the organization. So when we talk about issues, it could be a positive issue or a negative issue. All right. And as an auditor, it is important to know the business environment of the organization. So we should look for the direction, the mission, the vision the organization should go. Organization may need to demonstrate this through SWOT analysis, all right, through business planning strategy. All right, so you can interview your auditee in this class just to understand their their context. All right. Of course, we also discussed the clause 4.2, which is the needs and expectation of interested parties. As an organization, of course, you have stakeholders, internal stakeholders, external stakeholders. Okay, employees, for example, is your interested parties. Client, the supplier. So they are an example of interested parties affecting your organization's management system. So in this clause, it is important that you know they determine the needs and expectation as well as the monitoring of those needs and expectation of the interested parties. Another clause in section number 4 is the scope of the quality management system. So in this clause, the organization shall determine, okay, the boundaries and applicability of the quality management system. All right, and the requirements of the standard should be, documented. The scope should be documented as part of your documented information to be maintained. It could be written in your manual, let's say, for example, provision um, provision in installation or like that. Or say, for example, contracting services. What is the scope of your certification? Is this applies to, different location, like, for example, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, or in other countries? And that needs to be documented. There are clauses of the international standard that is not applicable. And if it is not applicable, okay, the organization needs to exclude that requirements. So the exclusion for non-applicability needs to be documented as well, part of the scope of the management system. And as an auditor, you need to look that documents. If there is no documents, okay, with regards to this scope, then you can raise a non-conformity, and that's gonna be a major or minor non-conformity depending on the evidences that you have gathered during your audit. Okay. Of course, in clause number 4, we have the subclause of quality management system and its processes. So this is an example of a process model. Okay, so each of the function the organization needs to determine the process. Like, for example, HR process. So in HR process, there are sub processes. So as an auditor, you may need to check how these processes are documented. These documents may be documented in a form of a policy, in a form of a procedure, work instruction, And of course, there should have documented information that these processes are being carried out as planned, by looking at the records, the reports, okay, of the organization. So that would be the evidences of them uh, implementing the processes documented in the organization. So that is the clauses in context of the organization. Also, we talk about clause number 5, leadership. Okay, so when you are auditing this clause, okay, it is important that you assess, you review how top management demonstrate leadership and commitment to the quality management system. It should be that the management to take the overall responsibility and accountability for the effectiveness of the quality management system. In the previous version of the international standard, okay, management representative is a mandatory requirements. In the previous standard, if you don't have a quality management representative, that's going to be a major non-conformity. But in this latest international standard, having a MR is no longer a mandatory requirement. It is up to the organization to decide whether they retain that position. It is just that the standard saying that the top management, whoever you are, when we talk about top management, it could be the CEO, could be the GM, could be the department heads, okay, to demonstrate the effectiveness of the quality management system, ensuring that objectives are set, policies are established, okay, our roles and responsibilities are defined, they provide resources, internal and external communications processes in place, okay. Of course, you may wanted to go through and check also documented information for the top management participated in the internal audit activities happening in the organization, and of course the management review process. Okay, so they should carry out a management review to ensure continuing suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness of the system. It should be that the organization to focus on the requirements of the customer, okay, identifying the risks and opportunities for the products and services, and to enhance customer satisfaction. So you may wanted to go through and check the procedure for a client complaint, the process for customer satisfaction, through feedbacks like this. Okay, and then of course we talk about policy, quality policy. A policy, just like what we discussed last week, is the overall intention and direction of the organization with regards to quality, right? And there should have a quality policy statement established in the organization, signed by the top management. So the requirements of the policy needs to be communicated to all. Okay, sometimes organization may publish this in the local SharePoint for their access. They can always go through with that. The policy may need to be displayed prominently in the strategic location of the organization, in the bulletin boards. It could be communicated through induction training, awareness session with the staff, like this. Okay, so as an auditor, you need to go through and take a look all of those evidences, how these policies are available, okay, how these policies are communicated and understood within the organization. When we talk about understood, okay, or understanding, you may need to interview the employee. Like, so for example, you do a random sampling audit, and then while you are auditing the projects department, for example, you may need to interview the project foreman. Okay, so just ask him his understanding about the quality policy of the company. Not necessarily mean that they need to memorize the whole a policy statement of the company. So you can ask him just plainly, what is the quality policy of XYZ company, and what is your contribution to this policy, things like this, just to assess whether they understood the policy of the organization. Okay, remember, class, when you are doing an audit, there are methods on how you gather evidences. One of the method is through document review. They presented you a documents, they presented you a records. Okay, you review those documentation, whether they are as per the criteria. Okay, whether they are as per the standard requirements or the requirements of your customer, okay, or client. Another method is through observation. When you observe, you can go ahead and check what is going on around you. Okay, how they respond to your question. All right, so things like this. All right, like say for example, looking at the office in projects department, was there a quality policy displayed in the office? That's one of the method on how they communicate the policy. Or say for example, method of asking question through interview. Okay, so you can do all of those things to gather evidences when you are doing the audit. Okay, so as you know, we also did an exercise related to quality policy, and I have shown you a sample policy, and you're able to, audit that based on the requirements of the standard, whether it complies or not. Okay. Of course, organizational roles, responsibilities, and authorities. This is where the organization needs to ensure that the roles are assigned, the roles are communicated and understood in the organization. So you may wanted to go through relevant documented information as an evidence of implementation with this, organizational chart. Was there a approved organizational chart? Does the organizational chart updated latest? Okay. Was there a appointment letters, okay, given to the management representative or to the quality manager, ensuring that the you know the responsibility to implement quality management system is in place. All right, you may wanted to go through, also check the job description of the employees, checking, assessing whether the job description roles and responsibilities are clearly documented. Did they sign the job description? All right, or sometimes the roles and responsibilities can also be documented part of the procedures. Okay, so those are the evidences that you should look for this class organizational rules, responsibilities, and authorities. In class number 6, planning, okay, we talk about risk and opportunities. Okay, we define risk as an effect of an uncertainty. Okay, opportunities, this is the positive side of a risk. Okay, so as an organization, it is important that the processes of the organization are assessed. Okay, what would be the risk of those processes? Okay, by using, of course, a matrix. Organization may need to identify what would be the likelihood, what would be the consequence of this process risk, so that you will be able to provide a control measure. I have shown you last week a very good example of a risk register. Okay, the requirements in here in this standard is that all of the processes in the organization, starting from gathering the requirements of the standards, during the initiation of the project, during the execution of the project, during the monitoring and measurement of the project, and the closeout of the project, the life cycle of a project, risk management should be incorporated. That means that all of the clauses starting from clause number 4 to clause number 10, okay, all of the processes there needs to be risk assessed. And similarly, to identify the opportunities of each of the processes. Okay, so that needs to be documented in a risk register. Okay, you may wanted to check also the procedure for risk management. Okay, and then of course we talk about quality objectives and planning to achieve them. So when we say quality objective, this is the set, what you want. This should be set by the top management, what they wanted to aim for the organization. And the objective should be a smart objective. Okay, so when you are setting a objective, you may need to check, okay, the organization's overall objective. Okay, how is this cascaded in every department, in every level, in every processes. Okay, so ensuring that the objective is, a planned, okay, whether how the resources provided to achieve this objective, who would be responsible for this objective, when it will be completed, okay, and how the results will be evaluated. Okay, so that is related to objective. And remember, there is a requirements in this clause that the organization to maintain documented information with regards to the quality objectives of the organization. If there is no objectives of the company, you can raise a major non-conformity. But then, say for example, the objective is available. Okay, it is just that they need to, set some programs to achieve the objective. Then you can also raise a non-conformity if those are not mentioned in the document. Okay. Of course, we talk about management of change. That is clause 6.3. Okay, in this class, all right, you may wanted to go through, take a look at the procedure for management of change. All right, all changes happening in the organization, whether this is a organizational change, like say for example, um, a GM or general manager left the company. So there would be a big impact, to the management system of the company. Then this change needs to be carried out as planned. It is not something like, okay, GM left, someone will come, and then, all right, it should be planned accordingly. All right, so there should have the consideration on the integrity of the QMS, the availability of resources, and the allocation of responsibilities and authorities. Okay, so that was the discussion last week. So also we did some exercises. Okay, the terms and definition. We do have the crossword puzzle in there. You can just submit the whole set of the examination by the end of the class. Okay, and send it to Aliza. All right, so that was the discussion last week. We have completed clause number 4, context of the organization, clause number 5, leadership, and clause number 6, planning. Today, what we plan to discuss is the remaining clauses of the standard, which is clause number 7, support, clause number 8, operation, clause number 9, performance evaluation, and clause number 10, improvement. Okay, so is there any
Yeah, question.
question or
Yeah.
clarification?
Yeah, so you are asking us to solve all the exercise that have been done last Friday and submitted, right?
Yes, exactly.
Actually, also I'm asking them for the. I didn't attend last session, so I asked them for the video, and they are planned to send it to me tomorrow.
Mm-mm.
So maybe we'll expect some delay to answer all these exercises, but will be done or submitted next week,
No
middle of the week.
problem.
Have
Yes,
been done.
sorry. That's
Okay.
noted, madam. I'll give them a word to send you the video link, okay? And please before the end of the course, okay, all of the exercises needs to be submitted because that will be part of your assessment as well. All right?
Oh, noted.
All right. So, any other question, Ms. Zara, Ms. Kim?
No, all okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Now, so let's move on to the clause number 7, support. In this class, it is important that, management, okay, organization as a whole needs to support the QMS implementation. And in doing so, all right, there should have a resources. Okay. So what is resources? Okay. When we talk about resources, okay, there should have a determination, okay, the provision of the needed resources for the establishment, implementation, the maintenance, the continual improvement of the quality management system. Okay. And as a company, you need to consider the capabilities as well as the constraint, okay, the existing internal resources and what needs to be obtained from the external provider. Like so for example, in a construction project, okay, um, you need a subcontractor to do MEP. All right. So if in the organization you do not have that existing resource, then you may need to outsource this from outside. Okay, people. Do we need people? Okay. So infrastructure. So when we talk about infrastructure, okay, this pertains to buildings and associated facilities, the equipment, including hardware and software, any transportation activities, all right? And of course, information and communication technology. So there should have a process in place ensuring that all of this are provided in the organization. Now, as an auditor, what are the evidences that you wanted to check to assess whether these resources are provided in the company? Okay, maybe say for example you are checking the project plan of the project. Okay, was there enough people to do the during the execution of the project to ensure that they meet the criteria? Okay, check whether is there any other equipments or machineries that they require. All right. Or you may wanted to go through with the finance department, check whether there is a budget provided. Okay. So those are the evidences that you may wanted to go through and take a look with regards to this clause. Working environment, that is clause 7.1.4. Okay. So the organization shall determine, they shall provide and maintain the environment necessary for the operation of its processes to achieve conformity of the products or these services. Okay, so when we talk about environment, this can be a combination of human and physical factors. Okay, could be related to social, social factors in the company. Was there a process in place for in the HR, something like a non-discriminatory process, non-confrontational, or psychological, for example? Is there any activity about stress reducing, when you are stressed in the company, that can affect the productivity of the organization, right? So any other activities and initiatives that the organization is doing.
So
Physical.
this is how can be measured working environment. How can you measure it and you consider it as tangible
Mhm.
target?
Okay. For example, okay, in the company, all right, while doing an audit, okay, in a manufacturing setting, while you are doing a site tour, you feel that it seems like it's very hot. Okay, so it's very hot. Now, um, why is it hot? Because this will affect the, of course, health and safety of the employee. This will also affect the productivity of the employee to produce, quality products or service. So you may wanted to ask the supervisor, why is it hot in here? And then you noted that, AC is not working. So that means resources is not provided. So in that way, you can raise a finding that the organization, okay, may need to consider, okay, reviewing the facilities required for effective productivity of the organization. Okay, so that's related to physical factors, temperature, or say for example, they're not giving PPE for the employees. That can also be a environment. There are some noise, or for example, is everyone in the organization, you've seen that they are stressed. Because is there any initiatives the organization is doing related to this? Maybe some programs are implemented like this. PPE are provided. Okay, so these
Yeah, clear.
factors can differ substantially depending on the products and services in the organization. Okay, in the construction industry, for example. So are they following, the requirements of the government with regards to summer break? Okay, things like this, because during summer definitely it's very hot in there, right? So there is a requirements that they should be on break from 12:30 to 3:30, something like that. Okay, so the organization needs to go ahead and check a look at those factor. Okay, so that is for working environment. With regards to the monitoring and measuring resources, okay, the organization shall determine and provide the resources needed to ensure a valid and reliable results when monitoring or measuring is used to verify conformity of products and services. Okay, so during your audit in
There's
a
something
company,
with the voice.
hello, can you hear me now?
For me, it's clear.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So
But I think Miss Zahra faced some issue. It's clear, Zahra, for you now?
Yes, now, yes.
okay. What about the others? Can you clearly hear me, Miss Kalud, Miss Peachy, Kim?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Now, yeah. In this class in monitoring, okay, monitoring and measuring resources. In here, okay, as an auditor, you may wanted to go through and take a look at the equipment, machineries of the organization. So your auditing in here may be the maintenance team, all right? Or for example, if it's a manufacturing setting, could be the laboratory, chemists like this. Whoever is using equipment that needs to be maintained, okay, that needs to be tested. Okay, is there an annual preventive maintenance plan? Was there a records of maintenance conducted? Okay, the equipment requiring calibration, are they calibrated? Is there a certificate of calibration? Was this done by approved third-party company? Was there a report issued related to calibration? But we have to take note also that, some companies, depending on their service or products, there is no equipment they're using requiring calibration. So in that case, okay, if there is any equipment that they're using requiring calibration, then you can exclude this requirement as well. That's clause 7.1.5.2, measurement traceability. And when you are excluding this clause, that needs to be documented in clause 4.3, which is the scope of the quality management system. Because in there, in clause 4.1.3, Okay, 4.3, there is a requirement that those clauses that is not applicable to the management system of the organization should be documented in the scope statement. All right, so that is monitoring and measuring resources. Another sub clauses of resources is the organizational knowledge. So in here, the organization needs to determine the knowledge necessary for the operation of its processes to achieve conformity of products and services. Okay, so this knowledge, of course, needs to be maintained and be available to the extent necessary. All right, so what are these organizational knowledge? Okay, so this organizational knowledge can be gained by experience. It can be based by internal sources or an external sources. So when we say internal sources like intellectual property and in knowledge gained from experience, lessons learned from failures and successful projects, okay, result of improvements in the products or services. And when we talk about external sources for organizational knowledge, these are the standard, any conferences, gathering knowledge. Okay, so you need to go ahead and take a look at that when you are auditing. Like say for example, one employee left the company. Okay, so if they left the company, definitely the knowledge may be lost if there is no process in place of doing endorsement. Okay, or say for example they send you for a training, so the training that you learned from the external sources needs to be cascaded through awareness session to other employee. Okay, so that the knowledge within the organization will be maintained, it will not be lost. Maybe you have noted the company having those policies and procedures uh, printed and filed in a folder, or those documentation can be accessed via SharePoint or via intranet. Okay, because they wanted that all of this knowledges, the organizational knowledge are maintained, okay, in the company. So you may wanted to go through and check with your auditee how they do the maintenance of the organizational knowledge. All right, so that is the requirements for resources. Okay, again, whenever we are identifying those resources, we may need to consider internal and external resources. Is there a question? Any clarification? All right, now let us talk about clause 7.2. 7.2 is competence. Okay, so what is competence, class? An idea and how we will audit this competency? Who would like to discuss this? Just based on your understanding and experience, maybe you can share with us, okay, the requirements of competence. Ms. Zara? We wanted to share competence requirements. What is this? What about Ms. Kalud? An idea about competence requirements? Ms. Shaima?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
sure.
in order to be competent or to have a competent employee, you should provide them with the better training that related to their job description in order to increase the competency of the overall organization. So this is one of the need of that to have competent employees.
Right. training and development. Very good. Okay. So thank you, Madam Shaima. Anything else, class? Any more answer or point of view related to competence aside from training and development? Miss Pichi?
Wala.
Who else? Okay, so competency. The definition of competency is the ability to apply skills, knowledge, okay, training, and experience to perform the work. Okay, that is competency. So when you are auditing this class, you may wanted to take a look whether there is a procedure for competency, whether there is a procedure for training and development. Okay, and usually, okay, the auditee for this competence is HR department because they are the process owner of hiring people, how they are competent, ensuring that the education, the training, the experience are met based on the company's requirements. Okay, now check the procedure for competency, training and development, and assess how these procedures are implemented in the organization. For example, was there a process in place for training needs analysis? Okay, so you may wanted to go through with that. Okay, so what is training needs analysis? This is where the organization, the HR team, along with the department heads, to identify the training needs of the employee. And based on that training needs as referred to the training matrix, okay, or to the competency matrix available in the organization, you may need to plan that accordingly. Okay, like so for example, in a project, okay, in a project team, you have project engineers, okay, you have site supervisors, site engineers, okay, foremen, handling and managing the project. Okay, now the training department, okay, the HR department and the department heads assess that these people, this staff may need some more training, okay, to enhance the competency of the staff related to project management. Okay, so because that is a needs that was assessed, that was analyzed by the team, you may need to send them for a training for PMP that would help them to execute, to perform their job better. Okay, so once you analyze, okay, that training needs, then you need to plan the training accordingly in your annual training plan. Okay, so what are the documented information that you should look for, okay, when you are auditing the competency? Aside from the procedures, of course, look for the training matrix of the company, look for the competency matrix, the training needs analysis document. Okay, after the training needs analysis, you may wanted to look for the annual training plan. Okay, how they plan the training for the whole year. And of course, how they review and monitor, whether those training that was planned is actually executed. Okay, and then of course, once these engineers attended the training, you may need to keep the documented information as an evidence that they attended the training. What are those? Training certificates, training records like modules that they use during the training, attendance sheet. Okay, what else? After the training, of course, there should have a process where you do the post-training evaluation, to evaluate, okay, the training and the trainee and the trainer as well. whether you met your objectives. So after the post-training evaluation, there should have a process also where you need to evaluate the effectiveness of the training. Like say, for example, evaluating the effectiveness of the trainings may be happened after 3 months or after 6 months. So this project engineers attending the training for PMP after 3 months, was there an improvement? Was there an improvement on the projects that they are handling? Because that was the initially, objective of the organization, to enhance their competency so that during the execution of the project, they will be able to do some kind of improvement. So the HR team or the department heads may need to evaluate the effectiveness of the training that these project engineers, project supervisors are, competency are improved like this. Because if it's not, there should have a process in place that you have to do retraining, mentoring, close supervision, or appraisal, things like this. Okay, and then of course, there are processes also in the organization, in the HR, aside from training and development. Okay, there should have sub processes like manpower planning, onboarding, induction, offboarding, visa process, termination, okay, resignation process, okay, and any other processes happening in the organization. Okay, look for all of those evidences, okay, those records, how the organization maintained competency. Okay, so that is the requirements of clause 7.2. Now, is there a question, class? Any other clarification or anything that you wanted to share that we can discuss? Ms. Shaima, Ms. Zara?
Next topic.
All right. Okay, if there is no other question, let's move on to the next class, okay, which is awareness. What is awareness? Okay, any idea about awareness, class? Maybe you can expound this further and how we will, audit this clause related to awareness. Pichi? Ms. Kulud, any idea about awareness? Okay, so let's elaborate this further. Now, when we talk about awareness, class, this is to ensure that persons doing work under the organization's control are aware of the policies of the organization. What is the quality policy of the XYZ company? What is the objectives of the company? Does the staff, the employee, okay, are aware of their contribution to the effectiveness of the quality management system, including the benefits of improved performance? Are they aware of the implications if they did not conform to the quality management system requirements? Okay, so as an auditor, you need to assess, you need to, review how the staff are aware to all of these things. You may need to go through and check documented information like training conducted. Was there a toolbox talk? Was there an awareness session related to quality policy? Or you can also interview your auditee, ask them, okay? Ms. Peachy, do you know what is the quality policy of XYZ company? And Peachy will discuss with you about the policy of the company. What is this is all about? What is his contribution? Like this. All right. So that is related to awareness. Part of the awareness, demonstration, of course, is to, check also, you need to do some kind of a cross checking with the other employees. Remember that when you are doing an audit, you're doing a random sampling. If there is like 100 employees in the company, not necessarily mean that you have to interview all of those 100 employees. You'll just need to do a random sampling. Okay, 10% of the employee may need to be interviewed like this. Okay, and assess whether there is an improvement related to awareness, or like say for example during your random sampling audit, okay, and you ask Pichi how he is aware of the policy, and he was not able to discuss with you, about the policy. So Pichi, do you know the policy of our company? Can you please tell me your contribution to the policy of the company? And Pichi was like, he don't know about this policy. He didn't even know that this policy is posted in the notice board. Not even like, the policy can be accessible in the intranet. Okay, so if that is the case, you now as an auditor may need to, raise either a non-conformity or an observation or opportunity for improvement. Like so for example, if just one employee is not aware of this, okay, you may wanted to raise the opportunities for improvement for an organization to improve, their process of, giving awareness to the employee. But then, if say, for example, for all of these 10 employees that you interviewed, they don't know about the policy of the company, okay, they don't have any idea with all of these things, then you can now raise a non-conformity. It could be a minor non-conformity. Now, how the organization will ensure that everyone is aware? For example, when there is a new employee, newly joined employee in the company, so the HR department or the quality management representative may need to do an induction training. Okay, like say for example, okay, newly hired Maria, okay, this is our policy, and discuss with them, okay, what is the policy of the XYZ company, and then get Maria's signature in the induction records, because that can be a a evidence for future references during the audit, like this. Okay, so any other question, class, clarification with regards to objectives? Is it clear?
Yeah, clear.
Okay, great. Now,
Yes.
next class under support is communication. All right. In this class, there should have a determination, okay, in the internal and external communications relevant to the quality management system. Okay, so this includes on what it will communicate, when to communicate, with whom to communicate, how to communicate, and who communicates. Okay, remember this is internal and external communication. When we talk about communication, class, this is the process of an organization. The information that you relay needs to be, received by the receiver and understood by them. That is effective communication. There are ways and methods on how you will communicate data and information. Okay, through interview, for example, okay, verbal communication. We have written communication. Okay, what else? We also have another type of communication, which is through print, signages, posters, like this. Okay, like say for example, what will be communicated? the roles and responsibility. How the roles and responsibilities of our company communicated to everyone. HR department will give job description to the employee. Employee will understand the job description, his roles and responsibilities, and then he will assign the job description. So when you are asking this question to your auditee, how roles and responsibilities are communicated, so you may want to tell them this is the process of us, communicate our duties and responsibilities. It's through job description. What is the evidence? The signed JD. Okay, customer requirements procedure. For example, how do you communicate the customer requirements across the organization? Through our contracts, through our agreement. This is what we do to ensure quality products, quality service. When you communicate this, okay, maybe during the progress meeting, monthly progress meeting, or say, for example, the quality policy, when do you communicate this? Whenever there is a newcomers, newly joined in the organization, or say, for example, you have planned a refresher training, okay, for all of the staff related to objectives, related to policy. Where is the evidence? You may wanted to show, of course, the attendances or any photos that you conducted those training. Okay, how you will communicate this? Through memo. Okay, when we say memo, this is a written methods of communicating. Okay, memo or circulars or via email, even email, that is also accepted evidences. And nowadays, because of the innovation brought by the technology, WhatsApp is also a one way of communication, so that is now acceptable as well, because this can be a record, okay, in the organization. So you may wanted to go through and ensure that these are implemented as well. Okay, and who communicates? So you may wanted to communicate this to the internal staff. You may wanted to communicate this to your visitor. You may wanted to communicate this to other interested parties of the company. All right, so that is communication. Any question, class? Now, let's move on to the next class, okay, which is documented information. This is class 7.5. All right, and remember, class, that the organization's quality management system shall include documented information required by the standard and documented information determined by the organization as being necessary for the effectiveness of the management system. Okay, so that means that when you are maintaining or retaining documented information, there is two requirements. Okay, the requirements of the standard, the ISO 9001-2015, because in there it was mentioned what needs to be documented and what needs to be recorded. Aside from those, okay, like say, for example, in the standard, quality manual is no longer a mandatory requirement. Previously, in the previous version, okay, if there is no quality manual, that is a major non-conformity. Now, in the new standard, having a quality manual is not a mandatory requirement. Okay, that means in this requirements, okay, in ISO 9001, you cannot raise this as an NC. But then, if the organization, your company, your client, the government authority, your customer requires you to maintain a quality manual, then you need to document that quality manual because it's a requirement by the interested parties. And during the audit, if this manual is not available and you have noted that this is a mandatory requirement of that interested parties, then you can raise that as a findings. Okay.
Yeah, you have. Actually, this is not that much clear for me. So ISO 9001, it's already it's like a approved document, right? Or
Yes.
something standards that need to be followed.
Correct.
So how this international standard should be measured? It is a procedure to follow by the audit to evaluate the company.
Correct.
So what's the meaning by that? Does that mean that there is a document of ISO related to respective company?
Okay.
It's not clear.
Yeah. So let's elaborate that further. I'm gonna share with you now the. Okay, this is the standards for ISO 9001 2015. In these requirements, okay, we can see mandatory documents to be maintained and retained. Okay, so this standard that was published internationally is being followed by the organization to ensure effective quality management system. In this standard, okay, in clause 7.5, okay, so here, page number 9. Okay, let's go to page number 9. Is it 9? Here. Okay, here. In clause 7.5, the standard says that, okay, the company, when they are establishing a quality management system, they should comply to the requirement of this international standard. Okay, that means that they should follow the standard. Also, there is a provision, okay, that the organization to follow also the policies and procedures, the requirements determined by the organization as necessary for the implementation of the management system. So example of this is the quality manual. Okay, in this new international standard, this standard itself, okay, they did not mandatorily requires organization to have a quality manual. Okay, so now if the company doesn't have a manual, okay, you cannot raise this as a non-conformity as an organization. Okay, because the standard is exclude that requirements. But if the company determined that the quality manual is necessary for the effectiveness of the quality management system, because of a quality manual is a requirement of the client, it is a requirement of the authority when you are submitting a tender. Now it's becoming a mandatory requirement. So when you are auditing now the quality manual and you assess that manual is a mandatory as per your client, and you are maintaining a manual, then you can now raise a non-conformity because it's a determination that the manual is necessary for the effectiveness of the management system. All right. So when you are doing an audit, you should refer first to the international standards, this ISO 9001 2015. And of course, you can use also the other criteria, such as the policies and procedures of the company, okay, the requirements of your interested parties, okay, could be the client, the regulators, the government, okay, your customer, like this, and then of course the applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. Of course, documentation, okay, of the organization will differ from one organization to another. Like, so for example, company A may have this different process. Company B have entirely different to that process. So the documentation will vary, okay, depending on your processes and activities. All right. So is it clear, Ms. Shaima?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay. Any other question, class? Any other clarification? Okay, now let's go back to the slide, okay, in this requirement. Now, if you are creating, okay, and updating a documented information, that means that, for example, you wanted to develop, you wanted to prepare a procedure for training and development. Okay, so you decided to prepare a new procedure for training and development, maybe because there is no procedure or you wanted to update the procedure. Okay, you need to ensure that you know that that document, okay, is having identification, description, like the title of the document, when was the date, effective, okay, who is the author, was there a reference number, okay, as well as the format. The format could be, whether, for example, is it paper, a hard copy, is it a soft copy, okay, the graphics, software version, even the system or any um system that you are using, there should have version control as well. And then of course there should have a review and approval for suitability and adequacy. That means that when you prepare a procedure, it has to go through with review and approval by the management. Okay, like so for example, Ms. Shaima prepared the documents, needs to be reviewed by Ms. Kulud and approved by Ms. Zara, like this. Okay, so there should have a review and approval to ensure that the document is suitable and the document is adequate. All right, now another requirements, of course, for the control of documented information, okay, is that, it should be available and suitable for use. That means if I need that procedure, it is available because I need it. You may wanted to put the control documents in a folder. I can access this in a shared folder, in a SharePoint, in a intranet, or I can go to the person in charge keeping the documents and request a copy. All right. Of course, it should be adequately protected. Confidentiality. So when we talk about confidentiality, there are data and information that needs to be maintained. When it comes to the the confidentiality of each of the documents. Maybe this document is a top secret. This document is for public use. This document is confidential. Okay, to ensure integrity. Okay, so in controlling the documented information, okay, you should also ensure that there is a process in place for the distribution. When you talk about distribution, for example, okay, I wanted to give a copy of this procedure to other departments. How you will distribute this to them? Through distribution records. Like, so for example, you routed this procedure, issued to finance, issued to HR, issued to projects. They will accept this, that they receive the documents. Okay, so that there is a control. How they will access these documents? Okay, can they access the documents via shared folder? How they will retrieve this? Like, so for example, the procedure that you distributed to this function has been revised. Okay, that means that you need to, retrieve the old procedure that you've given to them and give them a new document. Okay, so it's like you give them, return me the old documents so that I will obsolete these documents, so that you are now having the new documents. Okay, storage and preservation. How do you store those documents? How do you preserve them? The control of changes, like version control or revision history. And then, of course, we have the retention and disposition. How many years you will retain these documents, these records? 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, depending on your policy as a company. How you will dispose this? Are you going to shred these documents? Okay. Was there a review and approval for disposing these documents like this? Okay, so there should have a proper control. The documented information also, okay, for external region determined by the organization um, to be necessary for the planning and operation of the QMS shall be identified as appropriate and be controlled. That means, external documents. What are those sample external documents? Standard, okay, any legislation, any laws, okay, contracts given by the supplier or given by the client. Okay, so those are external documentation, and the requirement is that the organization to maintain and retain those documented information available as well in the organization. Now, I wanted to show you an example of a document. Okay, let's say, one moment.
So, sir, regarding the before you shared with us the quality management system manual, or I don't know what's the one that you shared with us with all clause. This PDF can be shared with us or no?
The sample, which one, madam? The standard?
The ISO, the one
Yeah,
that you.
the ISO standard already published in your account.
Okay, clear.
All right, now, this is an example of a manual. Okay, so I just wanted to show you so that you'll have an idea how the manual look like. So in controlling the documents, of course, there is a title here. Okay, so we have a title, we have a reference number. So you can see this reference manual, okay, the reference number, the revision number, and the date. Okay, so basically we are complying the requirements of clause 7.2. Okay, so we have the table of history, the table of contents, okay, and we have the revision history and approval. Okay, in the revision history, we clearly mention here, revision 00, revision 01, when was the date, okay, what was the changes made. Okay, so that should be clearly stated in the revision history to track, what was changes, what modification have been made in the documents. Okay, and then of course the manual should go through for a review and approval. Okay, so they may need to sign somewhere in a placeholder. Okay, here for example, the management representative signed, the operations manager signed, the GM signed, to confirm that the document has been reviewed and approved by the organization. Okay, so that is the requirements of this manual. So once this is approved, okay, once this is signed, then this is now a controlled document. Okay, so those documents that can be accessed by all is the control documents. Okay, and now it's written here all the related documentations that is needed or required for an organization. Okay, so how you will control those changes? Like say for example, you may wanted to check here the master list of documents. As an auditor, master list of documents. Do they maintain a master list of documents? Is it updated? Okay, was there a process in place for control of changes? Okay, how they control the changes made, how they will do the approval of the documents being prepared like this. Okay, was there a retention records, okay, of the company? Was there a distribution evidences or distribution records? Okay, so as an auditor, you may need to go through and take a look all of these evidences in the organization. Okay, how they will control those documented information. So this one clause 7.5, okay, covers both documents that needs to be maintained. That means a policy, a manual, a procedure, a work instruction, a guidelines. Okay, even the software or some system that you are using in the company. Okay, and of course, this covers also the documented information that needs to be retained, those records, reports as an evidence of the implementation of the processes mentioned in your management. Okay, so that is the requirements of this clause 7.5, documented information. Is there a question? Any clarification, class? Any clarification? Any question? Okay, so if there's none, let us have a short break for 15 minutes. Okay, and then I'll meet you at 11. 11, what time is it? Okay, I'll meet you at 11, 11:13. Okay?
Okay.
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 Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So, shall we continue now?
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Okay, great. Now, um, is there any other question or clarification with clause number 7 support? With all of the clauses in 7? All clear?
It was clear. Yeah, it
Okay,
was clear.
great. Now, let us move on to clause number 8. Okay, this is operation. Okay, now this is now the clause where there should have a control of all the processes in the organization to ensure that the provision of products and services, okay, is implemented and controlled in the organization. Okay, in clause 8.1, operational planning and control, there should have a determination of products and service requirements in establishing criteria for the processes and acceptance of products and services, determining uh, resources, process control, as well as documented information. Okay, in here, what are the documents that you should look for when you are auditing this operational planning and control? As an auditor, of course, you may wanted to go through and check whether there is a project plan. Okay, so check project plan is available. Is this as per the agreement? Is this as per the contract? Start date, starting from mobilization, during the initiation of the project, execution of the project, any phases that is in there. Okay, so until the close out of the project, how they do the monitoring the of the project. Okay, and of course, is there a resources provided for this operation? Like, so for example, was there a project manager assigned? Was there a project team, okay, to ensure that the project will be implemented as per the agreed, okay, with the clients? Of course, all of this documented information needs to be maintained and retained by the organization. And of course, say for example, in here, if you do have an outsource provider, an external provider that you may need to be used during the operation, that has to be managed and controlled by the company as well. Okay, so that is the operational planning and control. So you plan the operation, okay, you control that one as well. In clause 8.2, this is the requirements for products and services. Okay, so of course, there should have a customer communication, and this includes the provision of information relating to the products, to the service. How do you handle inquiries, okay, through contracts, through orders, as well as, any changes with regards to the contracts, okay? Of course, there should have a communication with the customer when it comes to the feedbacks relating to the products and services, including customer complaint. Like, so for example, um, understanding the requirements, while the discussion is going on with the contracts, how do you communicate all of this, with your customer? How do you handle complaint like this? Handling or controlling customer property. Okay, so is there a customer property given to you by the customer? How do you manage them? How do you use them? How you control them? If you lose or if you damage that customer property, what would be the procedure for that? Are you going to report that? Okay, so this needs to be communicated with the customer. Okay, so in here during the customer communication also, you may need to how the organization is meeting with the customer, maybe through meeting or through the catalogs of the company profile, to discuss with them about the company products and services. Okay, or say for example the website of the company. So those are the communication means. Okay, and then of course the determining the requirements of products and services. So it is important, class, that whenever you determine the requirements for the products and services to be offered to the customer, okay, the organization ensures that the requirements for the products and services are defined, including any applicable statutory and regulatory requirements and those considered necessary by the organization. And of course, the organization can meet the claims for the products and services it offers. Okay, so in here, during the determination, let's say for example, I have the client wants you to construct a building. Okay, so when you are in contract with your clients, it is important to determine, okay, aside from the requirements of the client, is there any other requirements that is applicable while building the building, while constructing the building? It could be a legal requirements, okay, it could be any statutory requirements of the country that we need to comply. Okay, so we need to consider all of those things. And of course, there is this requirements for ensuring, okay, that the organization has the ability to meet the requirements for products and services to be offered to the customer. Okay, and the company shall conduct a review before committing to supply products and services to customer. Okay, how they do the internal review within the organization before they accept that service, that products the customer require. Okay, so this includes of course the requirements specified by the customer, including the requirements for delivery and post delivery. Okay, the requirements that is not stated by the customer but necessary for the specified or intended use when this is known. Okay, the requirements specified by the organization and the statutory and regulatory requirements applicable to the products and services. Okay, so that needs to be included when there is a review of the requirements for products and services. And of course, the organization shall ensure that the contract or the order requirements differing from those previously defined are resolved. Okay, so documented information may need to be checked and assessed during the audit on the result of the review, on of course on any new requirements for product and services. And when there is any changes to the requirements of products and services, the organization shall ensure that relevant documented information is amended and that the relevant persons are made aware of any changes to the requirements when the requirements of products and services are changed. Okay, so you may wanted to go through and take a look at the contracts, the agreement, okay, made by the client and the customer. Okay, so like say for example, in these requirements, okay, the project manager and the team, okay, meet to discuss that the client wanted to construct a building. So of course there is a contract for that, and the organization need to review what is the requirement. So if there is any changes on the requirement, this has to be agreed by both parties and needs to be documented. Okay, so you may want to go through with all of those process that is required, okay, during the review. Okay, and then of course we do have the design and development of products and services. This is clause 8.3. So the requirements here basically is that the organization to establish, okay, to implement and maintain a design and development process that is appropriate to ensure that the subsequent provision of products and services. And during the stages, okay, for the planning, okay, there are considerations that we should take on. The nature, the duration, the complexity of the design and development activities. What is the required process stages, as well as the applicable design and development review. Okay, is there any process that needs to be verified and validate based on the activities? What is the responsibilities and authorities involved in the design and development process? Okay, and of course, any documented information that is available during the design of the product have been met. Okay, so that is the planning stage during the design. In the design and development inputs, okay, the organization shall ensure that they consider the functional and performance requirements. And then of course, any information derived from previous similar design and development activities, any statutory and regulatory requirements needs to be considered also. Any COP, any code of practice that the organization has committed to implement. Okay, so all of this input shall be adequate for the design and development purposes. Okay, should be complete and unambiguous, and any conflicting design and development input shall be resolved. Okay, so in here, in this clause, okay, 8.3.3, during the inputs, let's say for example, the design engineer is now preparing the design for the construction of the building project. Okay, so when the design engineer, okay, did the design for this, okay, there are inputs that he needs to referred with, the inputs of the customer, the legal and statutory requirements, regulatory requirement that needs to be followed by the organization. Like say, for example, related to UAE fire safety code of practice. We need to consider that in building a building like this. Okay, so there should have control. Those inputs needs to be gathered by the organization. Of course, we have the design and development control. So during the design process, okay, there should have control that needs to be applied. The results to be achieved should be defined. There should have review conducted to evaluate the ability of the result of the design and development to ensure the criteria is met. Okay, so verification activities are conducted, ensuring the design and development outputs meet the input requirement, and of course, the validation activities. Okay, so there should have a review, there should have verification and validation activities during the design and development. This is where you need to go through with all of the inspection and processes in the site. Okay, and then of course all of those records needs to be retained. Okay, and then of course we have the outputs. Okay, design and development outputs. So in here the requirement is that the outputs meet the inputs requirement. It should be adequate for the subsequent processes for the provision of products and services, and should include or reference monitoring and measuring requirements within the acceptance criteria, and the records needs to be retained as documented information in the design and development output. um in the design, there might have some modification or changes occurring. Okay, so in this case, okay, the organization needs to identify, review, and control those changes made during or subsequent to, okay, the design and development of the products and services to the extent necessary, ensuring that there is no adverse impact on the conformity of products and services. And those changes happening, okay, in the design and development needs to be reviewed, of course. There is an authorization of the changes and the action taken to prevent adverse impact. Okay, so as an auditor, of course, you may wanted to go through with the design drawing. Okay, and while they are sketching the design, was all of the inputs was taken into consideration. You know, the applicable statutory requirements, the requirements of the client, okay, and the requirements that is known already to be included in the design and development. And then once the design has been reviewed and approved internally by the organization, you submit to the client how they review this through document submittal, for example. They sign off the design, and while the execution of the project, okay, has been carried on, okay, and then if there is any changes happening in the design and development, of course, the organization has to ensure that these changes have been modified as per the requirements. Okay, was there authorization for the change, and whether the client has been agreed, you know, with the changes happening in the organization. Okay, so that is the design and development clause requirements. Any question? Another one clause that I wanted to reiterate is that in other services, okay, design and development may not be applicable to their process. You know, like trading company, sales company, okay, and other industry also. So if design and development is not applicable to your process, then this non-applicability clause may need to be documented as part of your scope, okay? And that needs to be documented in clause 4.3, the scope of the quality management system and the justification for non-inclusion of the requirements of the standards. All right, so that is the design and development, clause 8.3. Any question? Any clarification, class?
Could you please repeat the point related to industry that they do not have a design, and I could not get it.
Sorry, what is the question again?
Could you please repeat what you were saying before a moment related to industry design?
Yeah.
Like they do not have, etc. I could not get it.
Yes. There are industry that design and development may not be applicable. Or say, for example, in their processes, design and development is not applicable. For example, a trading company, you know, a trading company for computers, mobile phones, like this, okay? Sometimes they do not need to design or develop a product because they're just selling, they're just trading. Okay, or for example, a manufacturing company where they just do the manufacture but the design is outsourced from another company, then design and development is not applicable. Or say, for example, a construction industry, there is no design, there is no development they're doing because the design and development is being outsourced to another company. Okay, then design and development is not applicable to their process. Okay, so depending on the products or services of the company, okay, design and development may be applicable or not. Okay, and if it's not, that needs to be documented why design and development is excluded in the management system of the organization. Restaurant, for example, a restaurant company is getting ISO certification. Okay, and now in the restaurant they just sell, for example, food like this. They're not designing their product. They're not like this. It's a service company. Or say, for example, a shopping mall like Lulu. Lulu is just getting their item. They put this in their shelves. They sell this to people. So they're not developing. They're not designing their service. But for some organization like construction industry, they have this design team. They have architects who can do the design of the building. They develop this. Manufacturing industry, for example, they design certain products that they wanted to sell. Okay, so then design and development is applicable. All right.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, now let's move on to the next clause. Okay, the control of externally provided processes, products, and services. So in here, class, when we say external provider, okay, this pertains to your supplier, okay, to your contractors, subcontractors, those entity who supply you a product, a process, or a service. Okay, now what is the requirements of this clause? So basically here, the organization to determine, okay, that they ensure that they provided the products and services that conforms to the requirement, and the organization shall determine, okay, the products and services from external providers. This is intended for the incorporation into the activity's own products and services. So there should have a determination and a criteria for the evaluation, selection, monitoring of the performance, and re-evaluation of external provider, based, of course, on the ability to provide processes, products, and services in accordance to requirements. Okay. So as an auditor, you may wanted to look at the process of the supplier. Do they have a procedure for procurement? Do they have a procedure for purchasing? Okay, so based on this procedure, you may wanted to verify further, okay, required processes that needs to be documented. So what are those documentation that you wanted to look for? Okay, supplier registration. Okay, is there a supplier registration records of all of the supplier? Okay, are they registered in the approved supplier list? Are they listed? Okay, so once they're listed, okay, if there is a requirement of the company, okay, you may want to just select from those approved supplier lists, okay, and then purchase. For example, if a company wanted to purchase, okay, a laptop, all right, example, a laptop, what is the process? So procurement officer basically find suppliers. Okay, how he will find suppliers? Based on the suppliers listed in the approved supplier list. Okay, so look at the approved supplier list. Okay, we have company A, company B, company C. Okay, so these three suppliers may be approached by the purchasing officer. Okay, and then he wanted another supplier, a supplier that wanted to provide him the laptop. Okay, since this supplier is not listed in the approved supplier list, this suppliers needs to go through with the approved with the supplier registration form. He needs to register first. Okay, and once he registered, okay, the procurement officer can send the requisition the requisition, the purchase requisition to those suppliers. So this purchasing officer now need to evaluate these suppliers based on the criteria that's set, terms and condition, the pricing, the quality, okay, professionalism of the staff, etc. Any other criteria that you wanted to set. Okay, so you selected through your evaluation. Let's say, for example, you selected supplier B. Okay, so when you selected supplier B will, deliver you the 5 laptops that you purchased. Okay, so the organization now needs to evaluate, okay, whether the specification that you require is actually the documents. It is actually the same item that they delivered. So you accepted this, you do quality control, etc. Okay, and then you deliver this to the user. Okay, so in here, class. Okay, so basically, the organization, okay, shall ensure that the externally provided processes, products, and services do not adversely affect, okay, the ability to consistently deliver confirming products and services to its customer. Okay, so there should have verification, okay, that is necessary to ensure that the processes, the products or services meet the criteria. Okay, so the documented information that you should look for when you are auditing procurement department, of course, is the supplier registration, approved supplier list, performance evaluation, how do you monitor their activity, etc. And then, of course, the supplier's performance evaluation. Okay, like, so for example, they delivered the laptop. Okay, so you need to evaluate how they perform. Okay, maybe the supplier, the one that he delivered, laptop is not working. Why it's not working? Okay, so you may need to go through with that through evaluation and review, and decision needs to be made by the organization, either to retain this supplier in your approved supplier list, or you may want to delist this supplier from your approved supplier list. Okay, so those are the things that you should look for when you are auditing this clause: control of externally provided processes, products, and services. Any question?
Clear, no.
All right. Now, clause 8.5. All right. This is the production in service provision. Okay. So as an organization, there should have control, to the production and service provision under controlled condition. Okay, so when we say controlled condition, okay, this includes the availability of documented information. Okay, and this documented information should define the characteristic of the products to be purchased, to be produced, okay, the services to be provided, and the activities to be performed. Also, the results to be achieved. Okay. Of course, it shall include also the availability and use of suitable monitoring and measuring resources, the implementation of monitoring and measurement activities at appropriate stages to verify that the criteria for control of processes or outputs and acceptance criteria for products and services have been met. Okay, so during the production and service provision, there might have a use of suitable infrastructure and environment for the operation of processes. Competent persons are appointed, including the required qualification, the validation, periodic revalidation, okay, of the ability to achieve planned results of the processes for production and service provision, where the resulting output cannot be verified by subsequent monitoring or measurement. And of course, the implementation of release, delivery, and post-delivery activities. Okay, so during the production, let's say for example, you're now executing the project, constructing a building. Okay, was there any work instruction? Was there any procedures being used by the organization? Okay, you need to check all of those things. Let's say, okay, you are using the method statement. Okay, part of the activity in the construction site. So you're using the method statement as your criteria, whether they are implemented this as per the document. Okay, quality inspection, quality planning. Okay, so things like this. Okay, you need to validate this on a periodic basis. Okay, the equipment that they're using, is it maintained? Is it calibrated? Okay, is it suitable for the environment? Okay, was the person working during the execution of project is competent? Do they know what to do? Like this. Okay, so that is production and service provision. Of course, there is this identification and traceability. So the organization shall use suitable means to identify outputs when it is necessary to ensure that the products and services conforms to the requirements. And the organization shall identify the status of outputs with respect to the monitoring and measurement requirements throughout production and service provision. And the organization shall control unique identification of the outputs when traceability is a requirement and shall retain documented information necessary to enable traceability. Okay, maybe you have noted that they're using reference number, in each of the project to identify, easily traced. Okay, this output provision. Imagine for example in a manufacturing industry. In a manufacturing industry for chocolate, just imagine in a manufacturing industry for chocolates, in the labeling, they will put this barcoding. This is one way of their traceability. Okay, what batch number is this? When was this prepared? How many was prepared? To identify, to trace the output to ensure conformity of products and services. Similarly, in each of the project, construction site, for example, you have the unique identification of all of the outputs for easy traceability. In IT department, you have this reference number. Okay, complaint number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Things like this. So that you will be able to know exactly and easily how to identify and trace that product and services. Okay. And then, of course, we have another clause, the property belonging to customer and external provider. So in this clause, okay, the organization shall exercise, they should exercise care with property belonging to the customer or to the external provider while it is under the organization's control, or whether this is being used by the organization. So the company shall identify, shall verify, shall protect and safeguard the customer or the external provider's property provided for use or incorporation into the products and services. And when the property of the customer or the external provider is lost, it is damaged or otherwise found to be unsuitable for use, then the organization shall report this to the customer or to the external provider and retain documented information on what was occurred. Okay, so what are the properties of the customer? Okay, this may include a material, a component, a tools or equipment, a premises, for example, intellectual property, and personal data. Okay, so for example, okay, during the construction of a building, okay, your client, okay, lend you a crane, okay, or a forklift like this, any equipment. So basically, that is the property of your customer. So when you use this property of the customer, it is important that, there is a care to that property. And if, say, for example, that forklift or crane was damaged during the operation, you may need to inform the customer, report this to the customer. And of course, this needs to be documented accordingly. All right.
So, sir, and this is in case the crane is owned by the customer, right?
Exactly.
So anything owned by the customer in terms of buildings, equipment, anything, and we cause damage to it, we need to report it and document it to the customer.
Exactly.
This is the point. Okay.
Yes.
Clear.
Okay. So it's very important because that is not the property of the company. It's a property of the customer. All right. So that needs to be, exercised with care. We have to take care of it. If it's lost or damaged, we need to inform them. Okay. So that is clause 8.5.3. Okay. Next clause. Okay. We have the preservation. So in here, the organization shall preserve, okay, the outputs during the production and service provision, to the extent necessary to ensure conformity to a requirements. So what is preservation? This includes, of course, identification, handling, contamination control, packaging, storage, transmission, transportation, protection. For example, you are a restaurant, okay? So a restaurant company. One customer requested or he ordered a chicken, okay? Now, what is the requirements during the handling of the chicken? What is the requirements for contamination control? Okay, how they will package this, how they will store this, how they will transport this. Okay, so there should have a preservation requirements, okay, to ensure that the chicken that they will deliver to the customer is as per the requirements. Okay, it is safe to be consumed by the customer. Okay, or say for example, vaccine. When they manufactured the vaccine, there is a temperature requirements, how they will store this. Or say, for example, during the delivery of the vaccine from the manufacturers to be delivered to the user, okay, how they will maintain the storage, the packaging, how to ensure that the vaccine is not contaminated, how they will transport this, how they will protect this. That is called preservation. Okay, so you may wanted to go through and check the process, how they preserve all of these things. Okay, or say for example, in the room, you have perishable products, vegetables, meat, okay, or any other food. Of course, there is a temperature control for that. Okay, to ensure that these items will not be spoiled or damaged. So the organization, okay, may need to document the reading of the temperature per every 3 hours or every 6 hours or every 4 hours, like this, okay, to ensure that the quality of the products or the quality of the service is not compromised, okay, ensuring that you conform to the requirements of the standard. All right, any question with preservation?
No.
Okay, now next clause, of course, is clause 8.6. 8.6 is 8.5.5 actually, post delivery activities. Now, what is the requirements of post delivery activities? So the organization shall meet requirements for post-delivery activities associated with the products and services. And in determining the extent of post-delivery activities that is required, okay, the organization shall consider the statutory and regulatory requirements, the potential undesired consequences associated with the products and services, the nature, the use, the intended lifetime of its products and services, customer requirements, and customer feedbacks. Now, what is the example of this post-delivery activities? This actually includes action like warranty provision, okay, contractual obligations such as maintenance services, supplementary services such as recycling or final disposal. You know, for example, what if your client, okay, with the same example of constructing the building, okay, now you completed the building, you handed over this building to the client. Okay. Now, there are provisions in the agreement that, okay, in 1 year, you may need to do some kind of a maintenance. Okay. Maintenance service, depending on your contractual obligations with them. Okay. So, or any other warranty, like for example, okay, I'm gonna buy a laptop. Okay. But then there is a warranty for 3 months. Either you can change this with a new one or you will do the maintenance. Depends. Okay. So in that case, you may need to go ahead and take a look at the documented information that is available for this post-delivery activities. Okay. And then, of course, we have another clause in production and service provision, which is the control of changes. In here, in this class, the organization shall review and control changes for production or service provision to the extent necessary, ensuring continuing conformity with the requirements. And the organization shall retain documented information describing the result of the review of changes. Okay, the persons authorizing the change and any necessary action arising from the review. During the execution of the project, of building of constructing a building, sometimes in between, there might have changes. These changes might affect the contractual agreement. Maybe there is an impact to the cost, impact to the schedule, like this. So this needs to be considered when there are changes happening in the organization. And when there is a change, you need to control that change. That is why you have a procedure for management of change. So this change needs to be analyzed, needs to be reviewed, okay, and the changes needs to be authorized by the person, okay, having the authority for those changes, and this needs to be documented. Okay, so there should have a control change document or control change form that needs to be filled out. Okay, and that is a very important documentation that needs to be maintained and retained by the organization for any changes happening. Okay, any question with this clause, production and service provision?
No, all clear.
All clear. Okay.
Yeah, can you go back to previous slide, please? Yeah.
Okay.
No, not this one. It's under post-delivery.
Uh-huh.
Clause 8.5.
Yeah, this one.
Post-delivery.
Yes.
Yeah, it's mentioned here customer requirement. And this point is under post-delivery. So we suppose that post-delivery means it's you already delivered the or in the procedure of delivering this product to the customer. So customer requirement should be in the beginning stage, not in the end, or before you deliver it, you make sure again it's meeting the customer requirements.
Right. Thanks for the observation. Okay, so let's elaborate this further. Okay, customer requirements from the beginning. Yes, that's correct. Okay, during the review of the products and services, that is actually linked to the post delivery, because during the post delivery in the contract, okay, it should be clearly documented, okay, the extent of post-delivery activities that are required. And in that case, like say for example, okay, when you delivered a product or a services, you have to take into consideration the initial requirements of the customer. For example, during the the discussion of the contract, they agreed, both client and customer, that you will do a maintenance service for 1 year, and that is documented in the contract. That means that the organization, to ensure that that agreement, okay, for the post delivery, even if you delivered already the product, you have to ensure that maintenance services has been carried out, because that is our contract.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the post delivery. So we still need to consider those requirements of the customer. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Clear.
All right. Okay. Now let us discuss clause 8.6, release of products and services. Now here, the organization, okay, shall implement planned arrangement at appropriate stages to verify that the products and services requirements have been met. So the release of the products and services to the customer shall not proceed until the planned arrangements have been satisfactorily completed, unless otherwise approved by a relevant authority and as applicable by the customer. And of course, in here, the organization shall retain documented information on the release of products and services, and the documented information shall include the evidence of conformity with the acceptance criteria and the traceability to the persons authorizing the release. Okay, that is means that, okay, now we will deliver, we will release the order of the customer. Okay, so there should have the acceptance criteria. Okay, so there is a planned arrangement. Okay, we will deliver now the 5 laptops to the customer. internally within the organization, who will approve, who will authorize that, okay, this laptop is already prepared, ready for delivery. Now manager will sign off that, okay, authorize, you can now deliver. All the arrangement is satisfactorily completed. And of course, this delivery notes and all, documentation needs to be documented in the organization. Okay, who approved, who authorized to deliver this, who accepted this in the from the client side as well. Okay, so that is release of products and services. Also, in clause 8.7, all right, we do have the control of non-conforming outputs. And in here clause, okay, in this requirement, the organization shall ensure that outputs that do not conform to the requirements are identified. It is controlled to prevent their unintended use or delivery. And the organization shall take appropriate action based on the nature of the non-conformity and its effect on the conformity of products and services. And this shall apply to non-conforming products and services detected after the delivery of products, during, or after the provision of services. Okay, so the company shall need to, deal with the non-conforming outputs in one or more of the following ways. Like, for example, either this is correction, segregation, okay, containment, return, suspension of products and services. And then, of course, you need to inform the customer or obtaining authorization for acceptance under concession. Okay, so when we say concession class, like there is an approval from the customer side that you will still deliver this non-conforming product, okay, for just a certain period of number or certain period of time. But there should have a go signal. There is an approval from the client. Okay, so there should have authorization that they accepted that materials or products. Okay, so there should have a retained documented information describing the non-conformity. Okay, what is the action that was taken? Okay, you have to describe the concessions obtained and identifies the authority deciding the action in respect of the non-conformity. Okay, so that's why this form or these records of non-conformity needs to be maintained and retained by the organization. Okay, so like, so for example, during your inspection in the project, so in the project you did the inspection. Okay, the inspector seen something that is not as per the method statement. Okay, and then you raise a report, you issued to the concerned person. Concerned person will do root cause analysis. Why was there a non-conforming output? Okay, they will put their action, okay, etc., etc. And then of course the inspector may need to go ahead and assess whether the non-conformity is already closed, open, like this. Okay, so that is clause 8.7. Is there a
So
question?
non-conformity inspector it will be itself within the company itself, right?
Yes, exactly.
Inspection section in the company, right?
Yes, could be the quality inspector, like this, or the quality.
Okay, I mean internal, not external.
Internal, yes. Sometimes in the organization, there is also process of like a consultant. Like in the construction industry, consultant will do the inspection on the work of the contractor. Okay, so that now pertains because they are the one who is managing the work of the contractors. So they can also issue the non-conforming output reports. But they are within the team
Yeah,
working.
clear.
Yes. All right. So there. So later we will discuss the exercises. Okay, how you do this. All right. Well, let's have an exercise later in the afternoon also, so that the other exercises that you will prepare and submit before the end of the course is submitted. So we will discuss this further. Okay, now let us talk about before we go to clause number 9. Is there any other question or clarification that you wanted to ask, okay, on clause number 8? Any other question, clarification? Anything? All right, so if there's none, okay, so let us discuss the clause number 9, performance evaluation. Now, in here class, okay, performance evaluation, there is a requirement for an organization to determine, what needs to be monitored and measured. Okay, what is the method for monitoring, the measurement, the analysis, evaluation needed to ensure valid results? Okay, and of course, when the monitoring and measuring shall be performed. Okay, when the results from monitoring and measurement shall be analyzed and evaluated. And of course, the organization shall evaluate the performance and the effectiveness of the quality management system. And the requirement is that there should have a retained documented information as evidence of the result. Now, what are the process that needs to be monitored, that needs to be analyzed, that needs to be evaluated? Can you give a sample process?
Yeah, so sometimes in the a refinery, like in oil and gas industry, you need to monitor the daily temperature, pressure, and how operation is it is going smoothly. Do we have any issue? So there is something called control room in order to see unit by unit, and yeah. So this is the most important things that we need to monitor.
Exactly. All right. So monitoring of the temperature. Okay. So it's very important. Okay. So now, so you identify this process to be monitored, and if there is anything that as not meeting to the requirements, you analyze, you evaluate them. Okay, and you record your result of the evaluation. Okay, so temperature, yes, that is correct. What else? Any other process that needs monitoring? This set objectives, you set an objectives, quality objectives, you have your targets, you have your KPIs. Okay, so you need to monitor. Okay, you need to analyze, why this target is not met, and evaluate what we should do to meet this target. Okay, so that can also be monitored, measured, analyzed, and evaluated. What else? Any other sample? All right.
Generally, quality dashboard, previous audits.
Yes, exactly. Previous audits, okay, last year's audit, there is 10 non-conformity. You are now monitoring Okay, whether this 10 non-conformity is met already or not. Okay, are they completed this already? Why was not? Why? What we should do to close this? Exactly. All right. Of course, the degree of customer satisfaction. How many complaints we receive from the system? 20 complaints this month. You know, you're monitoring those complaints. You analyze what is this complaint. Seems like this complaint has been repeated for the last 3 months. It's the same complaint. That means we need to evaluate why the action provided is not effective because it's repeated, it's repeating. Okay, so that is monitoring, that is measurement, that is analysis. Also, the performance of external provider. Out of 10 external providers, out of 10 suppliers, 3 of them, okay, not met our criteria. Maybe because this supplier is, you know, having some issues related to delivery, always late delivery, on time delivery. So that is also part of quality management system. So you monitor them, you analyze them, and that would be the result of these suppliers being delisted in the approved supplier list. So when you are doing a monitoring, analyzing, evaluating, there should have a records. You should retain a evidence that you're doing a monitoring to all of this, because as an auditor, you may need to go through how they do this, how they monitor this, how they measure this, what analyzation that they did, and how they evaluated that monitoring result. Okay. In here class, there is also a clause 9.1.2. This relates to customer satisfaction. In this clause, the organization shall monitor, okay? They shall monitor customers' perception of the degree to which their needs and expectation have been fulfilled. And the organization shall determine the methods for obtaining, monitoring, and reviewing this information. Now, what are the examples of monitoring customer perception? This includes customer survey. Okay, like so for example, every after the delivery of a products and services, required by a customer, you issue them customer feedback, okay, or customer satisfaction survey, okay, meeting with the customers, market share analysis, compliments, warranty claims. So these are all an example of monitoring customer perception. We have to remember that quality management system is all about quality products and services leading to customer satisfaction. Okay, it's all about customer satisfaction, and we need to ensure that customer satisfaction survey is conducted. Maybe you do this end of the year, or you do this every after the delivery of products and services to your customer, to know and assess, whether they are happy, whether they are not happy. Okay, and of course there should have a process of an organization when it comes to a complaint. Is there a procedure for customer satisfaction? Is there a procedure for customer complaint management? Whether this complaint has been received in writing, verbal, okay, in email, okay, then this needs to be documented also. What is the root cause? How did you close out the complaint? Okay, at the end of the day, this customer satisfaction is, pertaining how happy the customer with the products and services that you provided unto them. Okay, so look at those records: customer complaint records, complaint register, how many complaint received this year, how many was closed, how many still open. Okay, and normally, you may wanted to check records, because sometimes organization use methods to analyze data, which can include statistical techniques. They have this graphical figures showing, okay, like graphics like this, showing how many are complaint raised, how many closed, what is the status, how many is the same complaint, like this, because that will help the organization to improve their system, to improve their process. Okay, so that is a customer satisfaction. Is there a question? Any clarification, class, about customer satisfaction, monitoring, measurement? In your company, like what example of monitoring you do? Or analyzing customer satisfaction?
Like monitoring the performance of the employee.
Performance of the employee, correct. That is also part of customer satisfaction. Just like what I told you before, class. When we talk about customer, not only your client, okay, a customer could be an internal customer within the organization or external customer. That's your client. Sometimes in a department like HR, who is the customer of HR? The employees. Who is
Employees.
customer of projects? Maybe the procurement officer. Just things like this. So there should have a employee performance evaluation, monitoring their performance, how they are, working in the organization with regards to the function that, assigned to them. So things like this. Okay, what else? Any other samples of monitoring you do?
Yes, we do monitor the request on the systems, the SLAs for this request. Is there any breach? The end users are happy or no? We do feedbacks as well.
Correct. Yeah. Sometimes the service level agreement, in IT, when they have some complaint, they have some issues, they have some concern. Okay, how the organization respond to those concerns? Is this closed already in just 2 hours or 30 minutes or in one day, like this? How happy they are with this? Yeah. Correct. Okay, so all of those data and information needs to be analyzed and evaluated appropriately, okay, arising from monitoring and measuring. It could be, related to the conformity of products and services. It could be a degree of customer satisfaction. It could be the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system, all right, or the effectiveness of actions taken to address risks and opportunities, or could be evaluated on the need for improvement to the quality management system. Okay, so it's very important, the monitoring, measuring, analysis, and evaluation, because what is happening sometimes, whenever I'm doing an audit to a company, this monitoring, analysis and evaluation is not carried out. This is the lapses that mostly they have, because what they do, they set an objective. Okay, they have an objective, a very good one, but how do they monitor this? How they analyze this? What evaluation they conducted? Okay, so if this is not available, okay, in the organization during your audit, you may need to raise a non-conformity out of this. Okay, or say for example they does the monitoring but needs improvement, based on their processes, then you can also recommend the same. Okay, so that is monitoring, measurement, analysis, and evaluation. Any question? Any other clarification? All right, now another clause for performance evaluation is internal audit. Okay, this is clause 9.2. Now, what is the requirements of this? Okay, the organization shall conduct internal audits at planned interval to provide information on whether the quality management system conforms to the organization's own requirements for its quality management system and the requirements of this international standards, the ISO 9001 2015. And of course, to confirm the effectiveness of the implemented and maintained management system. Okay, so internally within your organization, okay, there is a pool of auditors, internal auditors, first party audit. Okay, they are doing an audit, okay, in your own organization to assess, okay, whether the employee is following the policies, the procedures, are they following the standard, like this. Okay, now there should have a implementation of audit program, and the organization shall establish, shall implement and maintain a program including the frequency, the methods, the responsibility, the planning requirements, as well as the audit reporting, which shall take into consideration the importance of the processes concerned, changes affecting the organization in the result of the previous audit. Of course, there should have a defined audit criteria. What is the scope for each audit? Okay, the auditors is selected and the audit is conducted to ensure continuing, to ensure objectivity, okay, to ensure impartiality of the audit process. Okay, and then of course the result of the audit needs to be reported to the management, okay, and take appropriate correction and corrective action. So when you are auditing this clause, okay, you may wanted to go through, check, okay, whether there is an audit plan, okay, internal audit plan, internal audit schedule, internal audit report, okay, internal audit checklist. Are all of those are available? Remember, the audit should be conducted in a planned interval. Okay, in your procedure for internal audit, the organization may conduct the audit once a year, or they will do the audit twice a year. So depending on the organization, the standard did not tell you to do an audit monthly or quarterly or once a year. It is up to the organization to decide what would be the frequency. It is just that you need to carry this out in a planned interval, taking into consideration, of course, the risks and opportunities, okay, of the processes of the organization. The auditors, are they competent? Did they attended any internal audit training for quality management system? Okay, look at those records, those documentation, okay, and of course the organization to take appropriate correction and corrective action without undue delay. So if there is a finding, especially this is major or minor non-conformity, this needs to be closed out by the relevant auditing, okay, or department heads in the organization to ensure closure of the findings. Okay, so the further requirements of internal audit will be furtherly discussed, when we are in the auditing part. Like, there is an international standard called ISO 19011 2018. That is the guidelines for auditing and management system. We will talk about the audit scope, what criteria we should use during the audit. Okay, how do we prepare an audit plan, an audit checklist? So we will talk about that in details when we are in the auditing topic. Okay, so we will have a lunch break now for 1 hour. I'll meet you again at 1:30 in the afternoon. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
You too, thank you.
You too.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. Hello. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we
Hi,
can
good
hear you.
afternoon. Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Okay, so I hope you had a good lunch. So shall we continue on the discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, um, yeah. So internal audit. Okay. So internal audit is a mandatory requirement of the international standards for ISO 9001 2015, and we have to ensure that this is carried out in a planned manner as per the procedure of internal audit of the organization. Because if the internal audit is not conducted, okay, then you can raise a non-conformity. Okay, in fact, if internal audit is not done, that's a major non-conformity. Okay, so you can raise that as an NC. It would be good also, like the processes in the organization that is more risky, need more attention, need more to be assessed. Then you can also plan the audit in a more frequent. Maybe you need to do a quarterly audit or internal audit. It depends actually on your audit program as an organization. Okay, because this is a mandatory requirement. Internally within the organization, you'll be able to know what findings, what improvement opportunities to be done and to be initiated in the organization. Okay, so that is for internal audit. Now, moving on to the next clause. Okay, we have the clause 9.3. This is management review. So this requirement, okay, is being audited to the top management. Okay, so the top management of the organization shall review the organization's quality management system at a planned interval to ensure its continuing suitability, adequacy, effectiveness, and alignment with the strategic direction of the organization. So it's very important that this is done. Of course, as an auditor, you may wanted to look at the process, the procedure for management review. Okay, and in the procedure of the management review, it may be stated the frequency of the meeting. So depending again on the organization, what would be the frequency? Maybe our organization may do quarterly management review or every 6 months management review or an annual review to assess and check the uh, quality performance of the organization. The management review shall be planned and carried out taking into considerations few inputs, and those inputs includes the status of action from previous management review. Okay, so if last year, for example, you conducted a meeting, okay, on this meeting, you need to do a follow-up. Okay, what was the status of those actions you discussed during the previous management review, and of course, to provide appropriate and suitable action this time. Of course, the agenda that needs to be discussed are the issues internally and externally that is relevant to the quality management system, okay, as well as the information on the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system, including trends in customer satisfaction, the feedbacks received from the relevant interested parties. Okay, during the meeting of the top management, the agenda that they should discuss, of course, whether how many customers, out of 10 customers, you did the customer satisfaction survey, how many of them are happy, how many of them are satisfied, how many of them are not satisfied, based on your criteria. Are you happy? Are you not happy? So that is the opportunity for the management to, know and to decide what they should do to ensure a customer satisfaction. Okay. Of course, another agenda is to discuss the extent to which quality objectives have been met. Remember, in clause 6.2, there is a requirement to set quality objectives. In clause 9.1, this objective needs to be monitored, measured, analyzed, evaluated. So the top management needs to discuss the extent whether the objectives have been met, because this is the opportunity for the top management to decide whether or not maybe they need some adjustment on the objectives. Like say for example, the objective of the organization when they set is that 100 million dollar, um, profit for this year. Okay. Now, of course, during the operation, during the execution of the company's projects and operation, okay, at the end of the year, they found out that they only meet $900,000. So that means that the objective is not met. And during that time, during the management review meeting, that is now the opportunity for them to analyze what happened. Maybe the action, the programs, the plan that we did is lacking, or they need to do some more, improvements in initiatives. Okay, so the organization's top management may decide at that time what to do. Increase the target this coming year, or decrease the target, or they're just gonna you know uh, uh, follow the same objectives as decided, right? So the process performance and conformity of the products and services, needs to be discussed also, okay, during the meeting. Any non-conformities and corrective action, any NC raised during the inspection, any NC raised during the uh, audit, internal audit or external audit, or consultants audit, suppliers audit, contractors audit. So what is the status of all of those actions? Okay, that needs to be discussed during the review meeting, because that is the opportunity. Maybe one of the action is to provide a resource to close that NC, and the management team may need to have visibility, okay, because the opportunity during the review meeting to decide, okay, let's give a budget for this, budget for that. Okay, so they will talk about this there, okay, and finalize to close out the finding. At the time, of course, the organization needs to discuss also the monitoring and measurement results. Those things that you mentioned a while ago in class 9.1. Okay, those that the organization needs to be monitored will have to be discussed also on the management review meeting. The result of your internal audit, external audit conducted in the company. Okay, so what are the findings? How many major, how many minor, how many observation, how many OFI? Okay, that has to be discussed during the review meeting so that relevant management will be informed of the findings raised during the audit. Okay, and that's the opportunity for them also to decide what action they should provide to close out the non-conformity. Okay, the performance of external provider, it has to be discussed also during the meeting. The supplier's performance, the subcontractor's performance, the contractor's performance, all of the result of the evaluation during the monitoring and measurement should be discussed in this review meeting. Of course, any opportunities for improvement. Top management may decide to improve a process, to improve a system. Okay, that is the right venue for them to have those discussions. Okay, so those are the management review inputs. Of course, the outputs of the management review includes decision and action related to opportunities for improvement, any changes to the quality management system, and of course, any resources that is needed. Okay, and of course, the organization shall retain documented information as evidence of the result of the management review meeting. Okay, so as an auditor, of course, you need to look at the procedure for management review. Okay, any supporting documents, maybe the PowerPoint presentation used during the management review, any evidences, of scheduling the management review, or the minutes of the management review meeting conducted. Okay, so look at those evidences. Okay, look at those records to assess and ensure that the requirements for management review are met. Okay, remember class that if in the agenda, let's say for example, the inputs of the management review, let me just go through you with the standard requirements. Okay, so here in the management review meeting requirements, that's clause 9.3 here. These are all the management inputs, the review inputs, the agenda that needs to be discussed during the meeting. If, for example, during your audit, there is no management review conducted for the whole year, okay, and clearly in the procedure, you've seen that the review meeting should be conducted once a year, and there is no review meeting, then you can raise a major non-conformity. But say, for example, there is a meeting conducted, however, few inputs, few agenda as highlighted here, not included during the meeting, then you can raise a minor non-conformity. Like say, for example, during the meeting, okay, you are assessing the review, okay, based on the presented evidence. And the presented evidence is the minutes of the management review meeting, okay, and you assess that the audit result was not discussed during the meeting. Okay, so audit result in the standard, it mentioned here that the audit result needs to be discussed. Okay, but it was not part of the agenda. It was not mentioned in the minutes of the meeting. Okay, then okay, you can raise a non-conformity. That audit result was not discussed during the management review meeting conducted, dated when. Okay, like that. So that is the things that you should look at whenever you are auditing the clause 9.3. All right, so any question, any clarification?
No.
Okay, now let's move on to the last clause of the international standard, clause number 10, improvement. Okay, in clause number 10.1, improvement, okay, there is this requirements that the organization to determine and select opportunities for improvement. Of course, implement any necessary action to meet the customer requirements or enhance the customer satisfaction. So this shall include, of course, improving the products and services to meet requirements as well as to address future needs and expectations. Also includes correcting, preventing, or reducing undesired effects, or improving the performance and effectiveness of the quality management system. Can you give an example of improvement? Any example of improvement that you can give? Anyone? Like say for example, improvement can arise during uh, internal audit. You conducted internal audit, you find out the findings, okay, they provided an action. There is a correction, there is a corrective action. So that way, you are improving the process. You are improving the management system, correct? All right. So any other example of an improvement? Aside from internal audit, inspection also. In inspection, the inspector goes to the site, he inspected the system there, what's going on. Again, he was able to see some points to improve the process as per the requirements. So that is also improvement. Continual improvement, when there is any breakthrough change, when there is innovation. Like for example, previously if you're doing a manual handling process. Like say for example, you receive the complaint, you write this manually in the logbook, or you are using Excel file to document the complaint received through a register. And then there was an improvement introduced in the organization that you will be using a system, a software to lodge all of the complaints that you are receiving. So that is also an example of improvements. Okay, could be innovation, reorganization. Sometimes because of the improvement, they reorganize the structure of the company. So that can also be possible. All right. Now, under this clause improvement, we have the non-conformity and corrective action. And when a non-conformity occurs, okay, including those arising from a complaint, the top management or the organization shall react to the non-conformity. Okay, so they shall react to the non-conformity, and as applicable, all right, they need to take action to correct, to control that non-conformity, and of course, to deal with the consequences. Of course, the organization shall evaluate the need for action to eliminate the cause of the non-conformity, in order that it does not recur or occur elsewhere. How you will do that? By reviewing and analyzing the non-conformity. When you are reviewing, when you are analyzing the non-conformity, you are doing the root cause analysis. Okay, you are analyzing what is the root cause, why there was a finding like this, determining the causes of the non-conformity, determining if similar non-conformities exist, okay, or any potential non-conformity that may occur. All right, so once you conducted the root cause analysis, okay, you determine the causes, okay, then that would be the time to implement the action required. Okay, so you implement the action, correction, corrective action. And by the way, okay, in the new standard for 9001-2015 version of the standards, they eliminated the term preventive action. Okay, so now it's only corrective action. Why? Because preventive action is already incorporated in the risk management. Okay, because the standard wanted to be proactive. Okay, so the because doing or having the process for risk management, that is a proactive process already, because you wanted to foresee first, what would be the impact, what would be the risk if this is not done. Unlike for preventive action, it's like there is a problem already right on your face or right on your hand. Oh yeah, and then you provided a action, which is a reactive already. Okay, so of course it is important to review the effectiveness of any corrective action taken, and you may need to update the risks and opportunities, okay, during planning, and make changes to the quality management system as necessary, right? So this corrective action class shall be appropriate to the effort, to the effects of a non-conformity encountered. And there is this requirement for an organization to retain, documented information as evidence of the nature of the non-conformity and any subsequent actions taken and the result of the non-conformity. So as an auditor, when you are checking and reviewing the process for non-conformity, you may need to look at the procedure for non-conformity, the procedure for corrective action. Of course, look at the records of the non-conformity reports, how the organization document the root cause analysis, how they document the correction, the corrective action, and how they implement the same. Okay, remember that if the same finding is occurring again and again, it's repeating again and again, that means that the uh, action is not effectively implemented. It's not the action is not effective. Okay, because it's repeating, it's recurring. Okay, we can say that the finding is effective if the problem will not arise again elsewhere. Okay, whether you are auditing on the same process or in any other process. Okay, so those are the documents that you should look for when you are doing an audit for this clause: non-conformity and corrective action. 10.3, continual improvement. Class, the organization, okay, the organization shall continually improve the suitability, okay, the adequacy and effectiveness of the quality management system. As an organization, of course, you shall consider the results of analysis and evaluation and the outputs from the management review in determining if there are needs or opportunities that shall be addressed as part of the continual improvement. Okay, so as an auditor, you may need to go through with the performance, measurement, and improvement documents of the organization. You may want to check any relevant records pertaining to improvement. Sometimes organization may have improvement logs. So these improvement logs are all listed, the improvements initiated, the improvements are done in the organization. Okay, so that needs to be documented also. Okay, so those are the clauses of international standard, starting from clause number 4, context of the organization, clause number 5, leadership, clause number 6, planning, clause number 7, support, clause number 8, operation, clause number 9, performance evaluation. In clause number 10, improvement. Okay, so that covers all the requirements of the standard ISO 9001 2015. Remember, class, that when you are auditing a management system of the company, you may need to use this standard requirements. Along with that is the documented policies and procedures of the organization. Okay, and you need to assess, you need to check all of those points. Okay, and if you assess that there are requirements that is not met by the organization, you can either raise a non-conformity, okay, minor or major, or an observation and an opportunity for improvement. Okay, so that ends actually the requirements of the standard. Um, you know, this time, basically as an auditor, you may not grasp all yet the requirements of the standard, okay, which is okay. And when you are doing a audit already, you'll be able to be familiarized already those requirements of it. It's gonna be easy for you to do an audit. You have the standard, you have the ISO requirements, and slowly you'll be able to know and understand in detail the standard requirements. Okay, any question, class? Any clarification that you wanted to ask with regards to the uh, requirements, the clauses of the standards? Any question from class 4 to class 10?
No, everything clear. But I have a question, since we already finished the document related to the quality management system.
Yeah.
What we will cover next class?
Yeah. We will start the auditing now. All right. There are requirements that we should know: how we will do an audit, how we will prepare an audit plan, the audit checklist, like this. Okay. But before we go through with that, okay, with this auditing part, okay, we have few exercises. Exercises from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. This exercise will help you as an auditor to familiarize yourself, okay, what you should look for when you are doing an audit. I hope you have seen the folder in your account, Moodle account. As you can see in here, just a minute, let me just open the account. All right, there we go. So in here, okay, these are all the exercises that we need to answer. Okay, so we have completed actually the exercises number 2, which is the crossword puzzle on terms and definition. So for those who have not completed yet this crossword puzzle, you may go through with this, okay, and do this as your assignment. Okay, quality policy, we have completed this also. All you have to do is to finalize your exercise sheet. Okay, and then we have another exercises, the auditing clause 4, 5, and 6. Another exercises for clause 7 and 8, 9 and 10. Okay, which we already covered during the discussion. Okay, now part of your assignment will be to answer 7 and 8, 9 and 10. So let us try to answer 4, 5, 6 now, so that you'll have an idea what you should do in here. Okay, so if you open this, okay, I believe you already printed the exercises. Yeah, did you printed the exercises? So I want you to please open this exercises. You will be directed to this document. Okay, let me just, where is that document? Okay, do you see this one? This is the auditing clause 4, 5, and 6. Okay, so in here, you need to list down the type of documentary evidences that you may request to see to evaluate conformance with ISO 9001 requirements under clause 4, 5, and 6, those clauses that we discussed. Okay, clause 4 is the context of the organization. Clause number 5, planning. Clause number 6 is clause number 5, leadership, and clause number 6, planning. And there is another manual. Okay, if you go through once more in the document that I've shared with you, go back to the Moodle account, you will see another document here. This is the quality manual for the key solutions. So if you open this one, okay, just download this, and you will see here, okay, the manual of a company. Okay, so I hope you can see my screen. Okay, so this is the quality manual of key solutions. Okay, now we are doing a document review as an auditor. Okay, so your auditee presented you this manual, and I want you to audit this manual, okay, based on the requirements of the international standard. Okay, clause number 4, clause number 5, and clause number 6. And kindly do this for 15 minutes. Okay, and then after we will discuss. So write your answer in this paper. Where is that?
Sorry, what? So we should read this document, 35 pages, then?
Basically, just the clause 4, 5, 6. Like, so for example, here, okay? Go to the standard, okay? You have the standard, right? The clause number 4, context of the organization. And then check what are the evidences that you should look for clause number 4, okay? And then write in your, where is it again?
You mean in terms of
This one.
non-conformity or
Yes.
or what?
List down, just list here the type of documents. So just the type of documents that you should request or that you wanted to see. Like, say, for example, here.
From the company, I mean.
From the company, exactly. Okay. Clause number 4, context of the organization. We have in context of the organization, internal and external issue. What are the documents that you wanted to request? So look at the manual here. Go to clause number 4.1. Okay. So when you go to 4.1, what documented information is written here? This is the procedure. So just write this one. Okay. And of course, you may wanted to write also SWOT analysis, internal and external issues list of the company, like this. Okay. And then 4.2. So you need to write this one also. And then what other documents that you wanted to look to your auditee when they are auditing, understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties. Let's say, for example, you may wanted to write list of interested parties of the company. Okay, so, and then you need to write that in this space provided. Okay, only clause 4, 5, and 6. Okay, for 15 minutes, please write this, and we will check this one, and then you will do the assignment for the exercise number 5. Okay, and exercise number 6 and exercise number 7. Okay, 15 minutes. All right. Is there a clarification or question, Ms. Zara, Ma'am Khulud, and Madam Shaima?
No, I'm trying to log in to the to get this document for 35 pages.
All right, sure.
Sir, I have a concern. This is first time actually I'm logged into the share folder, but it
Yeah.
seems that they didn't share with me any username or password. I'm checking my email,
Okay.
so I don't know who's the coordinator here.
Okay, just a minute. Let me just check the coordinator to retrieve your username and password.
Okay, well, let her communicate me either email or WhatsApp.
Okay, sure. Hello, Miss Shaima.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, they will send now.
Okay, I'm waiting too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Miss Shaima. They sent already
Email or WhatsApp?
an email.
Let me check. Just a second. I didn't receive anything yet. Maybe I need to refresh. I didn't receive anything yet. On the other hand, also, Ms. Khulud already shared with me the PDF for the document. But of course, in the future, I need the username and the password.
Yes, sure.
So I will start solving the exercise now.
I have a question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. For the objective evidence, we have to cover, yeah, like we have to fill the blank as a like as a question.
Objective evidence means records or procedures that you should request, that you should look for.
Okay, like for 4.1. Okay,
Yeah.
understanding the organization and its context.
Yeah. So
Okay.
so
So
okay.
during the audit, we have to request or ask if they understood
the
the
issue.
concept of the organization to meet all the specification.
Yeah.
Like, it have to be as a question.
You can just list, like, so for example, 4.1. What documents you should look for, like external and internal issues report, or for example, a SWOT analysis report, or the procedure for context of the organization, like this. What evidences, what documents you should look.
Okay, got it.
All right. So completed the exercise? Hello?
I think we can start.
Okay, great. So what about Madam Khulud, Madam Zara? Okay, so let's discuss the exercises. Okay, so in the exercises class, in here we will list, okay, the documentary evidences that we may request to see, to evaluate the conformance with the ISO 9001-2015 based on the quality manual of key solutions, okay, and of course with reference to the international standards for 9001 2015. Okay, can you give an example of an evidence, a document that you should look for in clause number 4.1? Miss Kalud. 4.1, what is the answer? Can you give an example of a document?
Honestly, I do not have an answer.
Hmm?
I do not have an answer.
Okay, what about Madam Zara? Ms. Zara, are you there? Ms. Shaima?
Yeah, so as we mentioned, I don't know, I listed 3, but I don't know if it's wrong or right. So procedure of the contest of the organization could be strategic objective of the organization, and third one could be SWOT analysis to report in order to find out the strength and the weaknesses.
Very good. Okay,
so I don't know, it's represent
that's
4.1.
correct. So you listed procedure for context of the organization. That is true. Okay, the SWOT analysis report, that is good also. And the last one you mentioned?
SWOT, strategic objective, procedure of the content.
Okay, all right. So those are an example of, clauses, okay, evidences. So as you can see in here, okay, we have a listed. I hope you can see my slide. I'm showing you right now sample evidences. Yeah. So we have the internal and external issues analysis. We have the procedure. Clause 4.3 here, we have written scope of the quality management system. Okay, in clause 4.4.2, we have documented the processes and procedure. Okay, any processes and procedures, in clause 4.3 of the standard. Implementation records for those policies and procedures. Quality policy. Did you write quality policy? This is clause 5.2. Anyone write quality policy?
Yeah,
you wrote this one, Miss Shaima. Okay. What about the how you will verify the communication of the policy? How you will audit the policy? Attendance sheet, or the policy is posted in the notice board, whether the policy is accessible via shared folder, the policy has been posted in the intranet. All right. Organizational chart. Who wrote the organizational chart? Okay, this is clause 5.3. Okay, so roles and responsibilities, job description, risk assessment, quality objectives. Okay, documented information on planning of changes. All right, so these are sample documentary evidences that you should look for when you are auditing the clause 456. Okay, also, okay, I just wanted to share with you the summary, okay, because I have another documents very useful also to be used.
Why we do not cover the company requirements, the scope?
Yeah, the scope is there also. Okay, like say for example in the manual, okay, here scope of the quality management system. Yeah, scope of quality management system, the processes and procedures, like this. Okay. I wanted to share you this Excel file. Actually, this is the summary. I hope you can see my screen. In here, I have the clause. Okay, clause number 4, sub-clauses, what document type where you can find all of these things. So I just summarized like this so that you know, you will have an idea which document, what are the evidences, what associated records you should look for. Okay, like say for example, clause 4.1. Okay, who is the resource here? The management. Okay, a document type could be written in a quality manual or anywhere. Okay, and then you have here the list of internal and external issues. This is the evidences. Okay, SWOT analysis. Okay, or the procedure, if there is a procedure for context of the organization. Okay, here, understanding the needs and expectation of interested parties, we have the list of interested parties. What is their needs? What is their expectation? Okay, clause 4.3, we have the scope of the quality management system. So the certification is scope to be documented. Of course, it should be controlled and maintained as documented information. So when we go to the quality manual of key solutions, okay, we can see there. All right, let's go through with that. Here in the quality manual, we can see that the scope is documented. Is it? Where is the scope here? This is the scope. The quality management system described hereafter complies to the requirements for the following scope: provision in supply of electricity utility located at 888 Taylor Street. Okay, so the following requirements are not applicable. It's ISO 9001-2015, clause 8.3, design and development. So if your auditee presented you a scope statement like this, you know, and you are auditing this clause based on the requirements of the standard, what is your observation here? Okay, your auditee, okay, presented you this document, okay, where the scope of the certification or the management system is documented. They presented you with this document. So what are the things that you should look for as an auditor? What is your observation here, or what is your findings?
They already mentioned the Criteria 8.3, design and development.
Okay, so in here down, they have written design and development. But what is the findings here, Ms. Khulud? They did not. What did you say? They
did not applicable to the key solution.
So basically, the scope is this: provision of in supply of electricity utility. Okay, and they have noted the boundaries. You know, the applicability of the scope, which is this location. In here, they exclude, you know, the design and development process, right? They exclude this, but in here, okay, when we are auditing here, remember in the requirements of 4.3 scope, when there is a clause or a requirements of the standard that is not applicable to their process, they need to justify, you know. So there is no justification why clause 8.3 is not applicable. Then you can raise this as an observation, okay, as a finding during your audit. So you can say, right, like the scope of the management system is provision in supply of electricity and utility. Hello? Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Now, for example, all right, so in here, your finding is that, you know, the justification for the non-applicability for the design and development is not stated. Okay, so you can raise that as a finding in here because there was a requirement of the standard that was not, fulfilled. Okay. Also, class, okay, going back here in the example Excel template that I showed with you, I have listed here so many documented information, okay, audit evidences that you should look for when you are doing the audit, okay, for clause number 5. Okay, so you have the management review minutes and attendance, okay, establishment of policy, customer complaint, customer satisfaction survey result. Okay, clause number 5, policy. So there should have a quality policy statement approved by the management. What is the evidence of communication? Attendance sheet, posting in strategic location. Okay, roles and responsibility. What are the documents that you should look for? Approved organizational chart, job description, delegation of authority, appointment letters, like this. Okay, clause number 6. Okay, so clause number 6, procedure for risk and opportunities management. So what you should look for, quality objectives, risk register, opportunity register, how you monitor the objectives. Okay, procedure for QMS management. Is there a change request form or record, like this? Okay, so this is the just a summary, okay, of some evidences, documented information that you should look for when you are doing an audit for ISO 9001-2015. Now, your assignment, okay, is to list the other documented information, evidences that you should look for the clause 7 and 8 and clause 9 and 10. Okay, and I wanted you to write your answer in the exercises number 6, this one, and exercises number 7. Is there a question? Is there a clarification with regards to your exercise? Ms. Khalud?
We have to submit it or we will cover it next class?
You can submit next class.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that would be your assignment.
Over the email?
Huh?
No, the submission have to be over the email or we will have discuss it next class.
You can submit it via email, okay, and then we will discuss also next class.
Okay, to who? To Jenny?
I'm sorry. Yeah, to Jenny.
Okay.
All right. Now, let's continue the discussion. Okay.
So, sir, what we'll have now?
Okay. I'm sorry. I was muted. I was talking here. I don't know. I'm sorry about that. A good thing that you observed that. Sorry. Okay. And my mic is muted, and I was talking here. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Now,
we thought you left it somewhere.
huh?
We thought that you left it somewhere.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. I muted, and then I was talking. I don't know that. Um. Uh. I was muted. That's why.
Okay, so you
Okay.
was muted from the point that you started chapter 6 from the beginning.
From the beginning. This one.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll go back again to the discussion for auditing principles. Okay. Now,
Okay, thank you.
thank you for the reminder and the observation. Okay. So as I was saying a while ago, okay, um, let us talk about the principles in auditing. There are actually 7 principles in auditing. Um, Also, we will discuss the responsibility, the responsibility of an auditor, the responsibility of the lead auditor. Okay. Now, you know, um, there are principles in auditing that will help the auditors to make an audit effective and a reliable tool in support to the management policies and controls, in order for a improvement to the organization. Adhering to these principles is actually a prerequisite in providing audit conclusions that are relevant and sufficient, enabling the auditors, working independently from one another to reach a similar conclusion in similar circumstances. So these are the principles in auditing. Okay, so the first one is integrity. So what do we mean by integrity? Okay, any idea? What is
Integrity is to keep our assets safe
Mm-hmm,
from harm, something like that.
mm-hmm.
So this is the meaning of integrity.
Exactly. All right. So let's elaborate this further. Okay. In integrity in auditing, all right, is the foundation of professionalism. This is actually the quality of being honest. Having a strong moral principle. When you are doing an audit, okay, you will encounter auditors, okay, who will influence you during the audit. Okay, so whatever documentation, whatever findings you have found during your audit, okay, you need to ensure that you reported this. Okay, because sometimes there are a lot of findings that they will say, hey, please remove this as a finding, like this, like that. Okay, and of course your integrity as an auditor is questionable with that. Okay, so we have to maintain integrity. The second one is fair presentation. Fair presentation is the obligation to report truthfully and accurately. So whatever you have seen during your audit, whatever you have observed at the time of the audit, whatever evidences you have noted during your audit needs to be reported truthfully and accurately. Like, so for example, during your audit, you have noted that the auditee don't want to show you documentations. They don't want to show you records. So you can also report that in your report. Okay, so you truthfully, okay, because that is your obligation, fair presentation. Of course, due professional care, that has to be ensured as well, because that is the application of diligence and judgment in auditing. Okay, so during your audit, you may find out, arrogant auditee. You may encounter auditee that is not participating. Okay, and you have to act professionally. Okay, so you are there, wanted to improve the system. Okay, helping them to follow the policies and procedures in compliance to the requirements of the standard. Okay, so you have to ensure that you act professionally. Of course, confidentiality. Confidentiality is the security of information. Whatever documentations you have noted, you have seen, the audit has presented you confidential documents. Okay, that needs to be maintained. It is not something like, you have noted some uh, findings and you will discuss this with your friends or among your auditing. Okay, so it should not be like that. So we have to ensure that all of the data, all of the information are secured. Okay, and then of course, independence. Being independence is the basis for the impartiality, okay, of the audit, okay, and objectivity of the audit conclusion. Okay, it is not that because we are friends. For example, your auditing HR in HR department is your close friend, and then you will not raise the findings. You will not raise a non-conformity. Or say, for example, if you are from projects department, you should not audit your own department. Okay, because there is a conflict of interest. Okay, that is being independent. When you are doing an audit, it is important also that you follows the approach of being evidence-based. Okay, so this is actually a rational method for reaching reliable and reproducible audit conclusion in a systematic audit process. Okay, so when you are asking a documents, for example, let's say you're interviewing your auditee and you ask your auditee about the objectives. Okay, so Miss Kulud, do you have objectives in your department? And the auditee said, yes, we do have an objective. Okay, so as an auditor, of course, it should be always evidence-based. So you have to ask your auditee, can you please show me your objectives? Okay, and Ms. Kulud now will present you the copy of the quality objectives of the company. Okay, now you are asking, you are requesting for a copy of that objective. That is now the evidence. And once you have, seen the copy of the policy, you need to verify. Okay, you need to verify the objectives of the organization. Is this as per the requirement? Is this a smart objective? Did they measure the objective? Was there KPI? Was there target? Who is responsible for this objective? What are the actions? What is the programs initiated to achieve this objective? So you need to verify further in order for you to reach a reliable, to produce a audit conclusion that is systematic, okay, that is as per the standard requirements. Okay, it is not that, okay, they have objectives, they said yes, and then what is your objective? You're not asking evidences. So it's always a good practice, in fact, to ask for evidences, and the evidences needs to be verified. Okay, and then of course the last principle is risk-based approach. Whenever you are doing an audit, okay, it is important that you consider risk and opportunities. Any processes that is risky, more um, uh, exposed to a risk, a certain risk, of course, the organization needs to focus on that. Maybe a more frequent audit to be done on that process just to ensure compliance to the requirements. Okay, so that is a risk-based approach. Now, let us talk about your role, your responsibility as a auditor. Okay, so as a lead auditor, when we talk about lead auditor, you are leading the team. Okay, so you have a team members, you have auditors, you are the let's say for example the lead auditor, or you may be a manager like this. Okay, so you are leading the team. What is your role and responsibility? Plan the audit and make effective use of resources. Okay, so that is your responsibility. Okay, so if you have, like for example, two auditors with you, okay, you need to plan it. You need to use the resources available. Okay, audit planning, audit scheduling, all right, organizing, directing the audit plan. Okay, so you have the audit plan with you. Of course, you need to organize this to ensure that all of the requirements of the standards are covered. Okay, and then of course, represent the audit team. So you are the one representing the audit team, okay, to your audit client. Okay, like for example, during the audit opening meeting. So you may need to lead the meeting, okay, with your staff, okay, and then provide direction, guidance to the audit team. So direction means like you have to direct them, guide them what they should do, what they should look for, what they should do during the audit reporting, when they do audit follow-up. Okay, and then of course lead the audit team in reaching conclusion. What would be the conclusion of the audit? Whether the audit um, is recommended to be, for them to get certification. Uh, what would be the conclusion of the audit? Are you going to dismiss the audit, or cancel the audit, or continue the schedule? Okay, prevent, resolve conflicts. Okay, during the audit, you might have encounter conflict. Okay, so it is your responsibility to resolve those. Okay, so that is the responsibility of the auditor, and of course sign off the audit report. Once the audit has been completed, the report has been prepared. Okay, finalizing report and signing the report is very important as well. Okay, so that would be your responsibility as a auditor, a lead auditor. Now, for the auditors, of course, when they are assigned to do an audit, okay, these are your responsibility. So let's say, for example, the lead auditor assigned you to audit HR. So you may need to review and prepare the audit a checklist for HR. Okay, so what are the points that you would check in HR? Procedure for competency, procedure for training and development, training needs analysis. So preparing checklists that you will be using during your audit. Of course, you may need to review relevant documentation, the policies of HR, procedures of HR, and the records. Okay, and when you are doing an audit, you may need to collect evidences, to evaluate the conformity of the requirements of the standard. And of course, during your audit, you need to verify further, okay, whether the evidences presented unto you is as per the requirements of the standard. Okay, preparing individual audit report. Okay, once you completed the audit in HR, you need to prepare, summarize, okay, finalize the audit findings and document those in the audit report. If there is any issues, any concerns you encounter during your audit, may need to be informed the lead auditor, okay, so that they are aware of what's going on during the audit. And of course, conduct the audit according to prescribed auditor personal behavior. Okay, as an auditor class, it is important that you maintain a behavior during the audit. Okay, so in here, as you can see, the behavior of an auditors, all of the auditors should possess necessary attributes to enable them to act in accordance with the principles of auditing. Auditors should exhibit personal behavior during the performance of the audit activities. And these hard behaviors, okay, or professional behaviors include being ethical. We should be ethical. When we talk about ethical, you are being fair, you are truthful, you are sincere, honest. Okay, of course, you should be open-minded, like willing to consider alternative ideas or point of view. You should be diplomatic, like being tactful in dealing with individuals. Okay, observant, actively observing physical surroundings and activities. Of course, perceptive, like you are aware of and able to understand situation. Okay, versatile. When we say about versatile, you'll be able to adapt different situation when you are doing an audit in a workplace, in a project, for example. There are a lot of situations going on there. There is activities related to working at height, activities related to excavation, construction, plumbing, maintenance. So different uh, situation is in there. And as an auditor, it is important that you are, able to readily adapt on that situation. Okay, tenacious. Okay, when we say tenacious, you are persistent. You are focused on achieving the objectives. Okay, your objective basically is to complete the audit. Okay, so you are being tenacious in that way. Decisive. Okay, so when we talk about decisive, like you're able to reach timely conclusion based on logical reasoning and analysis. Okay, you decide on something that is logical. Okay, self-reliant. Okay, what is self-reliant? Okay, like be able to act and function independently while interacting effectively with others. Okay, acting with fortitude. Okay, when we talk about fortitude, it is the auditor to be able to act responsibly, ethically. Even though these actions may not always be popular and may sometimes result in disagreement or confrontation. Okay, so we have to act like that, open to improvement. When we talk about open for improvement, like you are willing to learn from situation. Okay, culturally sensitive. Okay, culturally sensitive, this is something like observant, respectful to the culture of the auditee. All right, so these are just an example of the behavior the auditor should possess. Okay, because these are the attributes that will enable the auditor to act in accordance to the principles of auditing as discussed a while ago. Okay, so do you think, guys, you have all of this behavior? Which one here do you think is, difficult to have? Miss Khulud, Miss Shaima, Miss Zara. Which one here? Which behavior do you think you have in here, or difficult
I
to
don't know. I think it is depend on the personality, you know.
Correct.
Like it's depend on each person, each auditor.
Yeah, truly. Are you diplomatic?
Sometimes.
Sometimes. Uh-huh. Sometimes being diplomatic is difficult. I asked my other student also, like, which one here do you think is very difficult to have? And sometimes they're saying being diplomatic, maybe, or sometimes they say open-minded. I have a face also auditors. They are close-minded, things like that. So when we are doing an audit, we have to be open-minded. One auditor, I was working with one company. I am their consultant, and one auditor came to audit their processes. Part of their certification, and the auditor keep on telling to do this, do that. Because this is what he have noted in the company that he previously audited. When in fact we're trying to explain to him that strategy, that uh, point is not applicable to their process. As an auditor, we have to be open-minded. That is why we need to understand the business environment, the context of the organization. Okay, we have to always be open-minded and not a close-minded. Okay, of course, an auditor, that is true also, depends on the personal, the behavior of the person. We may not have this, we may have difficulty and having these attributes, but at least we try to, improve ourselves as an auditor. Okay, those are the things that we should remember whenever we are doing an audit. Remember, class, that as an auditor, okay, we have the task, we have the responsibility to be part of the organization, to be part of the continual improvement of the company. Because sometimes, they have the thinking, the auditing, they have the thinking that, oh, this auditor is coming again, he will find fault again for me. Okay, so that is their thinking. They're thinking like we are a police trying to look for faults, like this, and then catch them, and then they will get in trouble from their manager, things like that. But it is not actually. Okay, so we are helping them, okay, to improve the system, to improve the processes of the organization. So that is the personal behaviors. Okay, any question? Any clarification?
No, sir.
Okay.
So we will continue or we'll stop here, sir?
We will post in here. Okay, next week we will continue the discussion for the remaining slides in audit life cycle. In audit life cycle, we have the pre-audit, okay, during the audit and post-audit. What are the things that we should do? Okay, that will be discussed next week. That's gonna be fourth Friday, right? And then after that, we will also have mock examination. Okay, so in the mock examination, we will discuss, okay, the structure of the examination, how the examination look like, so that on the fifth Friday during the examination, you will have an idea how to answer the exam. Okay, so that's gonna be next week. So please be here next week and let us all together discuss sample questions. These questions are all previous examination paper, okay, that I wanted to discuss with you so that easily on the examination day, just easy for you to answer those, okay?
So, Sarah, I have a question. In the first session when we had it in the first Friday, so I think there is one slide mentioning like there is two part of the exam. Just I want to confirm this.
Yes.
Like the second one, I think written exam, but I couldn't understand first part. It is like that, or it is one part and will be done from the exam for the exam.
Okay, so there is two type of assessment: the continuous assessment and the written assessment. Okay, so basically what we will do here, okay, is that the assessment, the continuous assessment, is the exercises. We will assess you based on what you have written in your exercise. That's why I asked you to submit that on, you know, the before the class is scheduled course. Okay. The second one is the examination, okay, written examination. Actually, it's an online examination. You can access that in your model also. The training coordinator will send you an email regarding the examination questionnaire. But before that, on next Friday, we will discuss the look and feel, you know, sample questionnaires, how you will answer this. Those things we will discuss next Friday. So just this one examination.
Okay, clear.
All right.
Okay,
Any
thank
other
you.
question, Ms. Khulud?
No
If I
question.
don't have a question, she will not have a question.
Okay. All right then. So we will end the class now. Okay. Enjoy the rest of the day and see you next Friday. I mean, we'll meet again next Friday for the continuation of the discussion. So by Friday, maybe we will be able to complete everything, including the discussion of the exam. Okay, and then on the 5th Friday, you will do the examination. All right.
So on 5th Friday will be the exam.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Clear.
So thank you so much, Madam Shaima, Madam Khulud. Okay, and I'll see you next Friday.
Yeah, inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.